Hello everybody, how's it going? Welcome in to a new stream. How's everyone doing? Chic, Ace, MBG, how you guys doing? Hello. Hello everybody, my name is Demon Player. Whoa. That's crazy. But yeah, it's time for the Down2Jam. I did not get up early to watch the theme reveal because I don't care. I'm gonna take it slow and easy. It's not worth it. I don't have any crazy grand plans. I mean, we already won the first time, so now I've reached peak. There's nowhere higher to go. So I think it's fun. But yeah. You might wanna oh, so you're also doing it? Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I have been thinking about stuff. I think I might do an idle game. We're gonna start diving into idea stuff fully. Let me create a whiteboard, because I imagine we're gonna need that. Okay. So, the theme, for anyone that doesn't know, or let me go ahead and put that on screen, actually. Let me just get some text. Boom. Theme is gathering. And I need to add a background and stuff. And we're just gonna put that in the center. Ooh. Thank you! Thank you for the cheese time and the hydrate. Oh my goodness, oh my god. Hold on, guys. Theme is gathering. How do I get this in the center of my screen? Doesn't seem to want to go.
Bless up. Every signal thing.
Thank you. There we go. It's good enough. Alright. Hold on, I gotta hydrate. Let me get some water. Oh, okay. So the theme is gathering. It's so unfortunate because while I was doing my theme voting, I'm like, please don't be gathering. And now it's gathering. So I just think gathering is kind of a, I don't know. It's really hard to riff on gathering as a theme for me. Some of the others, like, I feel like would have been really cool. Yeah, right. I mean, gatherings, whatever. It's kind of a boring theme in my opinion. Yeah, there's gathering and preparation. Those are both, you know. Gather some gold followers. Oh yeah, I think I still have the Cult of the Lamb reward redemption thing, don't I? Oh no, I don't. But yeah. Lights Out seemed like a super fun theme. Yeah, Lights Out could have been interesting. Like all the other ones, immediately, like when I saw the theme, the voting, I'm like, okay, I could think of some stuff here. But gathering and preparation, I was like, I mean, there are ideas, but they're not good. You know? Oh well. But yeah, anyways, what I'm thinking is maybe doing an idle game. Because I think one nice thing about an idle game, and I mean, not necessarily 100% idle, that's what we need to figure out, but a game where you collect stuff. Like you're like the craziest hoarder and you want to hoard the entire universe, you know? Yeah, I could do that too, like a social gathering. But yeah, I mean, we're still early on, so we can start coming up with ideas right now. Let's just discuss concepts before we fully decide to go with something, right? Hey, Brainoid, what's up? Welcome in. Good luck. Thank you very much. Yeah, I started late, but it's okay. I just gotta... Now's the time to, come up with ideas. Yeah, like a music festival coordinator. Yeah. Welcome in, Legendary Skate. Yeah, I'm just thinking about, so let's just start making a list of all the potential ideas, then we'll filter it down. So the first idea that I'm sort of thinking about right now is probably some kind of idle game where you gather the entire universe. If anyone's played Universal Paperclips, that's kind of like that game. Where you, like, build all this infrastructure to keep making more paperclips, and then eventually you consume the entire universe. You turn everything into paperclips. So... something kind of like that. And yeah, there's, like, social gathering. Kind of Mario would be a... Yeah, gathering game sort of. It would be. Hey, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate it. Here, let me play the confetti. Thank you very much. It's awesome. Much appreciated. And thank you for the follow. Magic the Gathering. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, if anyone's got ideas, feel free to throw them out in chat. I mean, I don't know if there's any rules against that. I'm not sure. Am I not allowed to get ideas from chat? I don't know. It's probably fine. Yeah, social gathering. Yeah, like a gathering of people. I kind of want to make a game with little guys, you know? I don't know why. But it keeps coming back to that in my head. Game with a bunch of little guys. Almost like a colony sim thing in a way. But I don't know. Gathering. Social gathering. A bunch of random pixel art animals in the forest, and an adventurer discovers them, then decides what a gathering of those animals is named. Oh yeah. You're like, yeah, an explorer naming. I mean, that could be pretty fun. Yeah. Goggle, a murder, etc. Yeah. It would be kind of funny. I think I'm definitely... Probably want to do something pretty gameplay oriented. I'm just thinking in terms of like what does well and stuff in jams. I mean, not that I really care that much, but... Well, it's just easier. I mean, this is a cool idea. The only issue is I don't know how I could like, you know, gamify it. It's tricky. First idea was a mobile style idle game where you have a vineyard. I have to gather the grapes and make wine to sell. Yeah. I don't know. This is the problem with gathering. Is that like, it's really hard to stray far away from it because then it kind of becomes a completely different vibe. This is why I don't like this theme. No shame on the person that suggested it, but I hate it. Because it means like... either your game is about gathering or it isn't. I mean, the only other way I could think of interpreting that theme is something like social gathering. But yeah. I like the other ones. They were so much more interesting. I don't know how this one got picked. Oh well. Yeah, I'd say the theme is really open, but it's not super focused. So it's always kind of hazy, even if the idea feels like it's inside the theme. I know. Yeah, it's too bad. I'm trying to think of like social gathering. Back on that concept of like, yeah, gathering cult followers. I'm trying to think how that would work. You're like a group of guys, and you have to... You're like out on the streets, gathering up more people. I'm trying to think of like... It's hard, because you gotta think of it from a game perspective, really. Like... That's why ideas are hard. It's gotta be a cool idea on paper and also in practice, right? Because when you're actually playing the game, it needs to feel like a game. Craigslist ads to join the Bringo religion. That would be pretty crazy. Like your goal, it could be a game where like your goal is to advertise this gathering that you're hosting. And depending on how many people end up showing up at the end, that's like your score, you know? That could be kind of funny. That could work. The only thing though is like, I guess just, I don't know. There's a couple challenges I could see with that concept. I guess the big thing is like balancing and stuff between like different methods of advertising. Might be a little tricky. And also just like, what kind of, like, would it be, you're on like a computer? I don't know. Would there be like like you have to earn money or something so that you can afford advertising? I don't know, could be kind of complicated. Hibernation simulator. Yeah. And the thing that would suck a little bit about that idea is I have to animate a lot of stuff. But, I mean, it wouldn't be too bad. At least from an art perspective, I typically like to do... I'm faster drawing little icons instead of, like, a bunch of big images, you know? Like drawing an apple or an item or whatever. Instead of having to be like, okay, here's a post or an advertisement. Like, it's harder. Mega Church Bastard Simulator? Yo. That'd be crazy. Just be gibberish, like basic globs of color for any images in the ad. Yeah, that's true. I wonder if it would be like you're on an operating system then? Like you're on your computer advertising? You can go to like social media and stuff and make posts. Yeah. It's one concept. What else? What other ways can you interpret gathering? There's social gathering, there's gathering items. See, that's the problem. There's like 2. I feel like. Like we went to Idle S for the Idle-thon? Yeah, that was cool. That was pretty awesome. Gathering definition. Yeah, gathering. There's like gathering your thoughts, you know? But, you know, it's like game and Godot is pretty fun. Yeah. I've never done that before. Imagine it would be pretty cool. Photosynthesis simulator. Yeah. Gather rings? What are those? Whoa. Yeah, I mean, gathering your thoughts is the other... Rings are things you put on your finger. Oh, you're just saying gathering rings. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's also that approach to, like... Let's break it up into, like, the categories of, like, social gathering, item gathering, and then I guess the others, thought gathering. So, like, this game would be social gathering. This one would be item gathering. Gather all of the Elden Rings. Yeah. So, there's the whole mental gathering thing. Could be where, like, you're... Have you guys seen SpongeBob? You know, he's got all the little guys running around in his head. Maybe you're one of those little guys, and you're gathering your thoughts. You gotta get your thoughts in order. You know? Gathering. Why, oh why? Why, oh why does this have to be the theme? It's okay. I'll just put it down. You're a guy and a brain has to gather thoughts. Back to item gathering, because there's a lot of ideas you could do with that. The meditation game, yeah. I know, I was thinking about that. Gathering your thoughts. I think you would literally have to actually gather your thoughts, you know what I mean? Then item gathering. One thing that comes to mind with item gathering is the game about digging a hole. You know, where you go out and dig and bring things back home. We could take that approach too. Of like, not necessarily an idle game, but just like what would you call that? It's not an incremental game. That's basically just another word for idle. What would you even call that? Like a little short experience. Because it could be a thing where you go out, grocery shopping simulator, yeah. That could also work. Yeah, where you're like you get like a list of items that you have to buy, and you have to run through the grocery store and get them. I know that's definitely a game that has come out. I think I remember watching videos on that, but yeah. We're going to keep it simple. I'm going with the idea of an MMO where you have to gather the most real people possible. Yeah, that's super simple. Then you'll add like multiplayer and host your own backend servers and stuff. It'd be pretty easy. Gathering items. What kind of thing do you go out and gather? Kind of like that funny shovel digging game. I might do 2D for this. I was conflicted between 3D and 2D. I think 3D for the other jam, for the first one, worked really well because the train theme, well, you're like in a train, so I have a very limited number of things I have to model, right? It was pretty easy. But with something like this, it'd be a little trickier. Yeah, I'd give it 1 day for the server, then 1 more day for polishing. Yeah, that sounds totally doable, yeah. But yeah, with this, though, I feel like it's probably going to be a little grander in scope and environment, so... Yeah, I think 3D might be really hard. It definitely is way more time-consuming to model than to draw, right? 3D modeling does save you time in some aspects, like in animation. But... it's not gonna matter for a game jam, that's the problem. A little much time in 3D skills are not great. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I worry about biting off more than I can chew with 3D. Also, something I'd like to do is get a web build of this, and it's really hard to export web builds of 3D. It tends to not work, so... Sorry, I'm scratching my leg. Depends on the type of animation. Yeah. It depends. Like, if you have a static sprite and you're animating with code, it's easy, but... Yeah. I guess I'm talking like a guy moving and attacking, and like player animation specifically. Man. So this would be more of a generic, like, gather everything. But we could do something where you're just gathering a specific item, you know? What would be a fun item to gather? Yeah, we totally could do something like the game about digging a hole, where you're just like going out and picking up something and then bring it back to sell it to get more upgrades. It's just a really easy gameplay loop to establish. You know, the whole get thing to make money to get more thing to make more money, right? So that wouldn't be too bad. Idea too. I'm trying to make it a bit more original. Yeah. I know, this is the problem again, right? Where it's like it's so, I don't know how to make it more original, because you've got, it's hard. You have something decent right now? Yeah. Definitely gathering your thoughts is a little more you know, unique in that aspect. I'll have to create a tile set for a brain, though, or something. Game of gathering better game jam themes. Yeah. Man. I had so many other cool ideas. Like that idea of the like scanning for radio signals if Signal won. That would have been awesome. But now I can't do it. Kind of like Voice of the Void. It would be like you have like a... Because one thing that's always so cool to me is this going on... I can't remember the name of the website, but it's a website where you can publicly browse radio station signals. Yeah, I could still do that, but just make it so you're gathering them. Maybe we could make that work. Yeah, WebSDR. It's really cool because you just go listen to random radio stations around the world, and it's like interesting. There's a lot of weird stuff that you find, you know? Game where you constantly fail in public and have to gather your things fast before dying of embarrassment. Yeah. Your groceries or your big stack of papers in your briefcase. Yeah. It's also, oh yeah, like gathering speed, strength, momentum. Yeah, that's true. Gathering momentum would be an interesting concept. Wonder how that would work. It'd be like a platformer where like your speed is continually increasing. Be pretty crazy. An 8-bit runner type of game, yeah. I know, this is the problem, right? This is why I hate this theme. Well, that is one possibility. Continually gathering a stat. I like the idea of momentum. You're back gonna feed my dog? Yeah, do it up. I mean, it could be cool. Like, you just continually gather momentum. I worry about balancing, though, with that, right? Like MBG was saying, it's harder to get a concrete design. Because it's like, I could think of how it would work, but it's hard to say if it'll work in practice. Because it's like, I could see it being sometimes really frustrating. So it would have to be done right, but I'm not sure how. For some reason, the first thing that comes to mind is like a game almost visually like Super Hot, where it's all like white. I don't know why. This one Flash game where you're a train and you have to jump on these platforms that show up. Pretty sure it was procedural. Oh yeah. We got time. We've got until Monday. Like this, I think it's a day longer this time, the jam. So I'm not really super concerned for time. It's 2D auto-scrolling platform. I think got faster over time. Yeah, that's the one thing I think of with continually gathering momentum. The only other thing I could think of with that one is like a 3D platformer. But 3D is lame. I don't want to do that. Yeah, 2D would be a little easier. Arcadian. I think it's perfect jam material. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, basically almost be like Mario, but like... I'm trying to think how momentum mechanic would play in. I mean, it could be kind of something like... I guess it would be like Geometry Dash or whatever, but you continually increase your speed, right? Welcome back, MBG. Where you don't really have control over the movement of your character. Just like your vertical height and stuff, whether you're jumping or whatever. Putting my knee on the tail's leg, yeah. That sucks. I mean, that could be interesting. The only thing, though, is the one problem with platforms is it's really hard to do things procedurally. Like, I could make a bunch of levels, but it's really time-consuming to design levels, right? The other option would be to do a procedural map that gets spawned in, but that could also be kind of hard. So I don't know. Also wonder like what the setting for that would be, right? Like where is the player? What environment, right? I mean, I guess it would probably work as procedural if I just did prefabs, like units that link together. But I worry about the game just feeling kind of boring. That's the only issue with the platformers. I feel like it's really hard to like expand content without creating more levels, you know? I do like stuff that's more procedural in nature. Or like with upgrading stuff, you know, it's so easy to add on more content. You just increase a number. It's like the movie Speed and Flappy Bird had a baby, yeah. The Google No Internet Dino Runner. I know. But that game is fine for like to play for 2 minutes, but then it's boring. You know what I mean? I need to think of ways that we would actually make it interesting. And that's also the thing, is that's literally what that game is. It's just a platformer where you're continually gathering momentum. If you think about it. So I don't want to just steal that idea. I'd want to, if I were to do it, it would have to have some kind of like twist that makes it interesting, you know? And I think platforming is the kind of way to do that, where there's like gaps and blocks that you have to jump to and stuff. I mean, we could do it, like, I guess I could design levels. It kind of sucks, but I don't know. I just hate it's time consuming and hard to have to design stuff. It's easier to program in code that generates it for me, you know what I mean? What, sheep herding? Yeah. Gathering up sheep. Could also work. It's just like, though, it's... I don't know. The more I think about this theme, the more I hate it. Because all of those ideas, stuff like that, like gathering sheep, it's fine. But like, it's just gathering. But that's the problem, is you can't stray that far away from the theme. Because this theme just doesn't have room for interesting ideas. Yeah. Say if you're going to do gathering speed, then recommend not doing automatic speed increase, but something more like the player gets more speed by doing certain things. Yeah, that's the thing I've been thinking of, where it's like, I don't want it to be a... I don't know. There has to be more... The only problem with that kind of game in my head is that it doesn't really have a lot of player autonomy. There's not a lot of decisions you can make. Basically, all it is just deciding, do I go up or down? I mean, it's fine, but I feel like it makes for a very short and forgettable game when you're not really making decisions. And I really don't want to have to design levels. It's a cool idea, but designing levels takes a long time because you have to make sure they're actually fun, which means I'm going to have to do a lot of play testing. And that's my big gripe with that concept. It's cool, but you always got to think of these things in the lens of like, what is feasible? I mean, obviously the base mechanic is super easy to set up, but it's all like the extra stuff on top of that, right? I mean, back to that concept of the signal gathering, because I still do think that would be a really cool game. Wonder how that would work. The way I think of that is like, you're a guy in a room, you have a radio, and you want to pan through all the different signals and gather them, record them, you know. Then I'm thinking of what the gameplay would be. I mean, yeah, it's like Voices of the Void. I don't know if it would be something as convoluted as that, where you're like... you would be aiming your satellite dishes and stuff. Probably not. But it wouldn't be satellite. Like, it would be radio, specifically. But I guess technically the dishes in Voice of the Void are radio dishes. I'm in need for speed, yo. It's crazy. That game, let me think about how that would work. So you'd pan through the stations and listen in on radio signals. Then when you find a signal, you'd gather it. But I guess what's the, like, details of everything? Why are you gathering signals? I guess we could just play that "It's your job" card. Maybe it's like you're like a spy. And there's like a war going on. So you're like listening in on enemy broadcasts. And there could be some interesting things. Like, I could see a progression system kind of working around that. Where like maybe you get bonuses or rewards for gathering signals. And then you can upgrade your radio. Or like also maybe some signals are encrypted. So you have to buy like encryption upgrades and stuff. Or maybe just a machine to decrypt, but it like introduces a new mechanic. I mean, that to me sounds more fun, and I do think it's interesting. Because it's an actual, like, game. And it's relatively easy to do. All it would be is just creating a bunch of, like, audio signals. I could just mess around and whatever. Adagon, what's up? Yeah, I saw your... I'm down. I can record 10 random words. What do you want? Just 10 completely random words? Like, could it literally be anything? Okay, 10 things that come to mind. Let's make the list now. Albatross. Let's see, what's the next thing? Globular. Wisdom. Yeah. Starground, let's go. Problem. Sure, problem. Groundhog. Banana's pretty good. Mustache works. How many is that? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2 more. Particular. Does it have to be like objects, or can it just be anything? Like, is it fine if it's literally completely random? Okay. Craziness. What's the first word that comes to me? Penultimate. That is a cool word. That'll work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright. I'll record those. Yeah, I'm still just trying to come up with a concept. I didn't get up early to come up... I just woke up for stream, so... I'm getting a little bit of a later start, but it doesn't matter. It's fine. I'll be up all night. I'll make up for it. I do like this concept. And I'm like thinking in my head exactly how I could implement it. What I'm gonna do is have a little meter, and depending on how close it is to something, that's where, like, you know, it's a radio that you're tuning. It's static is like the bass noise, and then if you trend toward a different audio signal, it starts to like fade in that one more, you know? So that's how we could do it code-wise. And I think it could be pretty fun, because there could be like a lot of different ways that you have to gather the signals and write them down and stuff. So like it could be maybe some are in Morse code, some are just plain English, you know, talking that I record. And then some can be like encrypted. So you have to like load that. You have to tune into the station, and then there's like another machine that you have to turn on to decrypt the signal, and it prints it out. And there's a lot of ways I think you could gamify that concept, because you could do like, maybe you have like a daily quota or something like that, which is always a really easy way to make like a game end eventually, because then instantly we've implemented a high score mechanic. Because yeah, we could do like, I mean, it could probably work. And then every day, depending on how many signals you've recorded, and depending on the difficulty, right? If you like decode a Morse code one, that's going to give you more. You get money that you can spend on more upgrades. Might try to add achievements. I'd also like to do that. Hopefully I get some time to do that. You're going to do that idea? I can send an audio with just gibberish, yeah. Could do that. Yeah, I wonder what kind of audio tracks I'm going to be doing. Or what kind of signals that people can listen for. I don't know. I feel like out of all the ideas, that one's probably the most, at least just right now in my head, the one that I can see, you know, that I can envision. I mean, some of these other ones are interesting, but there's always like an issue with like, how do I make it fun, right? Like, how do I make this an actual game? Like, advertising a gathering, I mean, yeah. But, like, there's a lot of questions up in the air about how it would work. And that's kind of the problem. Yeah, I don't know. Well, let's start just fleshing out that idea then. Gathering signals. Starground Day. Whoa. That'd be crazy. Sort of puzzle game of time, yeah. Can see the brain one being cool. The good thoughts are constantly drifting away and the bad thoughts start popping up more and more. Yeah. So I mean, every playthrough just ends in deep depression. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it could also work. Well, I think those are the two competing ideas then. So I guess how this would probably work is it's like probably a top-down 2D thing. Different thoughts appear in the mind. Have to destroy the bad ones. Store the good ones, you know? Yeah, and there could be like money involved or some kind of point thing. The only thing though is drawing the environment for your mind, you know? Could be a little tricky. You know, if we're gonna do the Gathering Signals game, I think we could do 3D. Because you're contained. It's like, this is your area that you're playing in and that's it. You know what I mean? So we could do that. Yeah, it'd probably make more sense as being 3D. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking like, you know, the maze game we're working on, it would make sense for it to be like that. You know? Where you're like, just locked in on a given screen. It's not like you're a physical character that moves around. There is potential for some cool concepts with this. Because this is the thing, is that we can do whatever signal we want. So maybe like as time goes on, you start like discovering these weird different signals, you know? Picture the brain one is like a flat image with all the different areas of the brain. Okay, yeah. Yeah, like in a school book. Wouldn't it be creepy as like as you're writing down, gathering the signal you're on, it like a different one starts overlapping on top of your current one? But it's like a scary one. Yeah, it could be kind of like a horror game. Okay, the only problem though with the 3D game is exporting to web tends to not work. I always have a lot of issues with web exports, which is too bad. I don't know why it always breaks. It's probably just has to do with like Yeah, we could do like fake 3D stuff. Yeah, it'd be kind of like Inside Out, probably. There's like different thoughts that pop up into your head. Yeah. It would be cool to render out the scene in this game in Blender and then just make it all work. The only thing that might be a little tricky though is like the other rotations of the area you're on, but we could probably make that work. Usually I do games that have a dynamic screen scaling, but for this one we could lock it to 16:9 so we don't have to worry about where our collision shapes and stuff are. Excuse me, guys. I apologize. It would be kind of fun to do a fake 3D. Yeah, we just model everything out in Blender and then render it. And then just plop an image into the game as a background. The only thing would be like turning the knobs, but maybe what we do is for that, we actually model the knobs separately and turn it into an image and then just rotate the image in the game. So it looks like you're actually turning the knob, you know? That could be interesting. And then for the little box where the signal is, that'll be all custom or whatever. It would be a fun challenge. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this concept, but it doesn't really, it's nothing new that I'm exploring, just from a game dev perspective. It would be interesting to do pre-rendered graphics for this one. I would like to try this one, you know? I don't know. I mean, I'm not really aiming to win or anything. I don't care. I just want to do something that'll be interesting and fun. Right? I don't know. Okay. Fine. I just think it would be kind of cool. Like, I don't know. We can just do everything with control nodes. So our main scene will just be user interface. Well, I guess we'll just change this to a regular node. And then add a canvas. Not a canvas group, come on. And then we'll just put the image in the background here. So we'll just have a texture rect. Full rect. Let's go ahead and set up our screen settings. So we want this to just be like, whatever, 1920. 1080 is what I'm going to be centering it around. Windowed, sure, whatever. And then resizable, but we're going to set the stretch modes. So we want to do keep aspect. And that should work. So if I go ahead and like put stuff in here, if I just launch it, that should let us be able to resize, let's call this main or whatever. Resize the window, but it still keeps everything in proportion. Yeah, like this. So that should be fine for people that have like different, you know, monitor resolutions. Let's go ahead and turn off embedding really quick. I want to make sure that this will work. And don't embed. Okay. Yeah, I think it'd be fun to model some stuff and do pre-rendered 2D stuff. Because then we avoid any issues that we have with like with the 3D web build stuff, but we still get a 3D game. You know what I mean? It'd be cool. I'm going to sleep. Oh, did you not go to sleep yet? I think it's bean and cheese time. Okay, the game's open. Let's see. And then if I do that, yeah, it should expand. He didn't go to sleep, man. That's crazy. Well, get some sleep. Have a good rest. Sleep like, yeah. That's true. Walking for like 9 to 13 hours. I can't imagine sleeping for that long. I would probably start to feel sore. Like when I sleep too long, I feel bad. I don't know. We got some good sleep, brother. Let's go open up Blender. The cartel update. Okay. Blender. Whoa. Alright, so if we're gonna go with this idea, then let's go ahead and fully flesh everything out. Pre-rendered in Blender 2D image. So the loop of the game is gonna be different radio frequencies that you tune into. Objective is to gather and record what they're saying. So like if it's Morse code, there's going to be like a sheet that you have in front of you that you can reference for like, you know, what it is for different, you know, to convert Morse code to English. The only thing is that the game does not cater toward people that are deaf. If you're deaf, it's unplayable, but it's okay. It's just a game jam. Alright. So, let's think of like a setting. I'm thinking maybe like, could do like Cold War times, you know? I feel like that's like very, you know, espionage. I think it's always kind of cool. I'm just looking at some images over here of like what it looks like inside radio stations and stuff, like all these, you know, doodads. I imagine something kind of like this, where you've just got like all the, you've got like a big readout that's just a box with a line, and then as you turn the knobs, it changes where it is in position. You know, like this. I know, crazy. And we could go pretty analog with it, like it could be like a CRT. It's like a radio meter. There's that ad. Radiometer. That's not what I wanted. Radio signal readout gauge. That's what I want. Yeah, we could do like an old school gauge like this, right? That could work. The only thing that would be kind of cool is like having like a visual spectrogram or spectrograph for what the signals look like or sound like. I convert the audio that's being played at a given X coordinate and convert that into a pixel, like color. It might be kind of complicated though. But it would be really cool to be able to see on the bar, like the little blips, and then be able to move your thing over to that, right? Good nuts with the knobs, one for frequency, one for amplitude, one for modulation. Yeah, that'd be crazy. Yeah, I could just mess around. I kind of do want another knob that's like... I mean, we'll probably have one for amplitude. Basically, amplitude is just volume, right? But it would be cool if there was like you had to select which kind of frequency it is. Like whether it's AM or FM or something. You know? I don't know. Might just go with the AM though. Yeah. it would be cool though. I mean, maybe it's not lore accurate to real life, because military wouldn't use FM, but it's okay. Radio compass. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of these kinds of guys. They're just radio gauge. I guess maybe I'm not thinking of... I mean, gauge is always going to be an analog. Radio readout or something. Yeah. Because there's like stuff like this. I've seen this a lot. I've seen this in real life. Where it's just got like a, you know, it's got the line and then just a big horizontal thing. And a couple different stations and stuff. It would be funny if there was like a station that was just some music, you know? That we record. That'd be kind of epic. Just some really garbage like pop song that I make in like 10 seconds. It would be kind of funny. Because I always like going through WebSDR and then just randomly running into like just some music. There's like some scary beeps and then all of a sudden it's just a song. It's always kind of fun. Yeah, I think we'll probably do something kind of like this for the readout. I think it's just a little more, what's the word? Tangible. Yeah, Ace went to bed. Let's go ahead and render out a scene then. I think we're going to do that idea. I just think it's the most interesting. And there's a lot of ways in my head that I'm imagining of gamifying it too, right? There's gonna be a table. Because I can just be like, okay, well, you can get money based off of how many signals you get and stuff. I feel like there's just 100 ways to do it, which is good. So our whole goal of the game, then, the gameplay loop will be listen in on different radio signals, record and gather what you're hearing, and then you get like a quota that you have to reach. Think Lethal Company. And I imagine there's going to be some kind of timer, so you only have like a limited amount of time to go through and listen to the radio signals, you know? So let's see, what's the... I guess we'll just go ahead and start modeling stuff. So we want like a little readout here. It's not going to be too big or anything, just like that. And it's just going to be a bar with a line and then the knobs on the bottom or something. You can shift that up a little bit. We're going to indent it. So this is your main... oops. Your main radio spot. Then we're going to model a little knob. So what do radio knobs look like? I always think of like the ones for like audio interfaces and stuff where it's like got like the indents. I mean, we could do that. We could just grab this and then take every other one and shrink. Well, that's too many. Gotta redo the cylinder. Let's do like 16 instead. So got ads going on. My apologies. Oops. Boom, 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 boom. You know, something like that. And I guess this will probably have like a little notch on one end. Just so you can see where it is. So that look like face on. Yeah, it'd be something like that. I think that could work. Shrink the knobs. So there's probably going to be a couple knobs. We're going to have one over here that's like... I think it would be cool to have to swap between FM and AM, so I probably will implement that. So maybe a knob there. Maybe another one there. So that's for like going left and right on the bar. And then we can have a like a little switch over here. Like one of those classic like a metal flip switch. You know the ones I'm talking about? These guys. Little toggle switch. We can model one of those really quick. I do have to keep in mind this is for game, so I can't go insane with the geometry. Let's go like 0.1, 0.2. That'll be fine. Just go up a little bit. And that'll go down. No clue why, but Twitch always seems to bug for me at some point in the stream. Most of the time, audio and video get desynced, but right now it's something I've never seen before. Can hear you perfectly fine, but I see the stream in frame flashes. That's really odd. Yeah. Twitch is funny. I always have issues with Twitch. Okay, so I think we'll do... I don't want the buttons to be so tiny that you can't, like, see them. So, I'm thinking we move all this over. Shrink it down a little more. Shrink it down a little more. So we'll have like a switch over here. Let's see. Let me turn on material view or something. Can't see anything. And I'll just go ahead and save this as a radio gathered game. Okay. So we'll probably put that just somewhere right there. It doesn't really matter where. So this will be switching between FM and AM. And you've got these two knobs, which will move the meter across. And we'll probably do like a little speaker here or something. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's do some loop cutting. It's gonna be really funny geometry though. Okay. Let's do I think I can just do a regular cut. What is this? Angle constraint. Kind of worked. A little bit. Then do a cut over here. It's good enough. Geometry does not have to be perfect. Then this will just be a little speaker grill. I think I'll just leave that indented. Model a quick little plane over here. And since everything's just in Blender, it's so easy. We don't have to export any materials. There's definitely a lot of pros to doing pre-rendered graphics, isn't there? Oh, it's looking great. Thank you. I mean, we don't have to import any of these materials into the game, so it's pretty nice. So I think we do that, and then we're gonna go ahead and apply the scale. Oops. Select all those, mesh. We're gonna do subdivide a couple times. Oh yeah, that also means it's not for a game, so I can make things look really good. I also forgot about that. I can use as much geometry as I want. I mean, I won't go insane with it, obviously, because I have to be able to render the scene in a reasonable amount of time, but, you know, we can go pretty crazy with it. Okay, so let's just honestly jump into texturing, because why not? Why wait? Probably just going to do most of my texturing in Blender. And Blender crash? Awesome. I hope it doesn't crash, because I haven't saved in a minute. Okay, it's fine. Let's save the game. Eevee. So we're just going to create a little mesh material here. What we're going to do for that is a Voronoi. We can pop that into a color ramp. Boom. Like that. We want to do no randomization. It's on 3D mode. Let's do 2D. Scale. Like that. That's pretty much it. Now I've got a little speaker grill. Now, some things will have to be visually updated in game, and it's just going to be the knobs rotating and this button flicking up and down. It's really no big deal, but it is something to keep in mind. And all the UI stuff in here will be in-game, so we'll do that. Let's go ahead and get our camera angle set up so that we can start like rendering and exporting into the game and stuff. So that needs to be 90. So let's do 0. There's so many nice things about pre-rendered graphics. Maybe that's why they used to do it all the time. I want to start making the game, but it's so cold here I can't type correctly. Oh, yeah. I wish it was cold here. Gonna start at the fireplace? Yeah, do it up. We could angle down a little bit like this. But it might make it funky for doing the little audio sections. I don't know. We'll do perspective. Zoom it out a little bit. Well, I don't want to zoom out too far. I think we'll just do like 30. Then just move our camera physically back. So this is going to be our game view. It's going to be mostly filled in with just the radio here. Like this. I want to leave some space on the edges for like GUI or whatever we want, but yeah. Love those old pre-rendered graphics games. Really nice looking with great performance. Yeah, right. Yeah, they do pre-rendered graphics. Because why not, right? They've started to do it, like, it's weird. Like, their newer stuff is 3D, like the new heroes and everything. So it always looks really odd. I'm like, that's not 2D. But yeah. Am I gonna go start the fire? Yeah, do it up. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and just output directly to our folder. Oh, that's crazy. This guy's still in here? I made this like years ago for a school. Man. What is all this stuff I have in here? It's mostly just that darned monkey. All right, so let's go into, it's in documents, Down2Jam 2. Down2Jam 2. And we're gonna make a folder for our pre-rendered backgrounds. So call it renders. I'm gonna get confused though. I'm just gonna call it sprites. That's what I always call it. Accept. All right, so now when we render this image, it should yeah, it's looking good. So we can just save as I guess we have to actually save it. It's okay. Radio background. Down2Jam. Here it is. Sprites. Save. All right, so now we should be able to access that in here. We'll just do everything in 1920, 1080p. We could rescale these up to 4K or whatever, but now we're good. All right, so this is what we have. So this is the game. So when we launch, it'll just be on this screen. This will work really well because it's completely 2D, but it's gonna look 3D. Because now it's easy. We know exactly where this box will be. Render's cool idea. Mist, yeah. Never played Mist, but I've seen those games. So I'll still consider doing that cool spectrograph thing, because it would be cool. So I'll make this background here a texture rect just in case. But yeah, now we just like line up where we want it. And then just extend it out to the other corner. Right around there. So we're gonna have that, and then we're gonna have a little another little color rect on here, and that's gonna be like the little tick bar thing that goes across. Just like that. Actually, that needs to go down to there. Okay. So we're going to do a... Yeah, we'll probably do position here. And now we can just set the position. So at 0, we're all the way to the left. And then at the size of our texture rect here, we're going to call this meter. I don't know why my computer's been really, like, laggy. I'm not sure what's going on. So now, if we set it to the end of the size of this, which is 890... Boom, it goes to the end. We do have to subtract the actual width of our thing. So if our thing is 9 pixels, we say -9. And now there we go, it's at the end. So let's start messing with some, let's change this to be called main. Some basic code. I'm not gonna worry too much about, doing the code perfect. I think even Diablo 1 had all the models pre-rendered and modeled in clay. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. That would be really cool to do everything in clay and then take an image of it and put it into a game. It'd be so much work, but it definitely would have an awesome aesthetic. I'm sure there's games that have done that. I know there's that one game, which I don't know if it's out. It's called yeah, it's not out yet. Bulbo, the one by Oni. I think it's all... Is it not clay? Well, it's not actually clay, it just looks like clay, but yeah. Was that the scrappy idea of claymation? Ah, okay. Claymotion, yeah. So I want to say function set signal position. And we're going to have our... what's the word we're going to refer to this? Frequency. So by default, it'll be... So what's the range that we want these frequencies to go to? I guess it doesn't matter. We're just going to do the coding in terms of 0 to 1, but then we can put whatever numbers down that we want, right? So... Alright, so now in set frequency, we're going to say frequency is equal to frequency, radio frequency. And we're going to go ahead and set the position of this color rect. So we're going to say dot position is equal to frequency times meter.size.x. minus that.size.x. And let's go ahead and just set up a simple little thing in here for actually tuning it. Left. Tune left. Tune right. We could have a couple different keys for tuning, it doesn't really matter. Was in my head for the last 15 minutes, the Neverhood game. Look at that. Neverhood game. Never heard of it. Oh, I've seen that before. Yeah, I've seen this before. It does look awesome. Yeah, it's old clay. Yeah, claymation is awesome. It would be really cool to make a whole game this is claymation like this. Because this is, like, it still looks really good, right? That's the crazy thing about that. Like... For... Yeah, when was this out? Yeah, 1996 is insane. I never would have guessed, right? Yeah. Because that's the thing with pre-rendered graphics is, like, in a way it's kind of timeless. Because if you're taking images or rendering things with, like, really realistic ray tracing lighting, or in this case, real life lighting, then it's gonna still look really good even in modern day. So, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I love how this game looks. I remember seeing this and I was like, oh man, that's so cool. One day it would be so cool to make a claymation game. It's so much work, but it would be really cool. Is action rest, tune left. We're gonna say set frequency minus 0.01, something like that. And then we also have to clamp this, so we're gonna say frequency set to the new frequency, then say, or we'll just do this. Clamp F, minimum is 0, maximum is 1. So we don't end up with frequencies that are outside of that range. Alright, so this should be super simple, but now I should be able to press the things here and tune it. Position. Oh, position.x. Whoops. Let's try that again. Okay. Interesting. Let's print out what frequency is. Thought it would have just done a little bit, but I don't know. Hey, Plobby, welcome in. It's going pretty good. I am just, working on a game jam. What's going on here? So I hit left. Should be minus, yeah, 0.0.1. 0.01. Oh. Stupid. Let's try this again. Alright. Doesn't let me go left, though, for some reason. Oh, did it just freeze? Yeah, my computer keeps freezing. I don't know what's up, guys. Yeah, this is letting us tune now. I might also add another ability where if you hold shift, it lets you do like a fine... like it slows down your speed. We'll just call that slow. So far, tune speed by default is 0.001 probably. And then if input.is action pressed, slow, then tune speed divided by 2 or something. Okay. Also at the beginning, we need to actually set the position here, so we're going to say... if my computer would stop freezing. Set frequency 0. Alright, let's try this. There we go. So now if we hold shift, it does like a fine-tuning mode, which I'll probably slow down even more. Set to like 4. Alright, so let's go ahead and just start working on the audio. The first thing that we're going to need for this is noise. Luckily, I think JSFXR has noise. I thought. Yeah. Sorry if it's really loud, by the way, guys. I'm going to way lower the gain so I don't kill your guys' ears. Alright. So I don't need any attack time. Want it to be full sustain. Now, also the thing here too, the sample rate. Yeah, see, I want it to be really low. What is the sample rate of AM radio? Here we go. Okay. So that's the FM. Yeah, 3200 hertz. This is 2200. So AM radio It's gonna be 11,000. Excuse me. That'll be important to know when we start creating our own audio. Let's see here. Why is it like fading out? There we go. It's a little sliding. Let's cut off frequencies. Should be all good. I feel like it's fading out a little bit, but it's fine. All right, we'll probably do all our audio in Premiere. I know, guys, I hate Premiere, but it's just easier. All right. So then we can start like working on, what's all this? Oh, that's the pro mode. Okay. How much is pro? Is it a subscription or is it just like a one-time? Oh, I didn't mean to try for free. How much is pro? Pricing. I'm done. No. Alright, so that should have downloaded, right? Yeah. So I think how this is going to work is that each audio is going to have, we're just going to have a list of all of the audio things playing and a frequency attached to each one, right? So we're just going to add a node here. And these are all going to have audio players. And we're going to go ahead and create a bus for all that, which is radio. And then we're just going to have a list. So I guess we'll dynamically create these audio stream players when ready. Say for I in sounds. I'll just call it stations. And then different stations can fade in and out at different times and stuff, so. And I guess we could dynamically change these stations around. Let's see, how do we want to do this? I guess what we want to do is have random sounds pop in and out. So it would be cool though to have a couple that are like static. But we could just do like a, what is going on with my computer, dude? It's really frustrating. Let's just go ahead and say function add station. And then yeah, this will work. So we have to have the sound and the frequency. All right, so all that's gonna do is say stations dot push back. Oh, and then also the time. I think I'll have a time associated with each one, right? And then we'll have another function called function remove station. And I think the way I'm gonna deal with where a station is, or like as an ID, is basically just its value, right? So go ahead and say Yeah, probably just time. Let's see. I guess it'll just be an index in here. Like that. So what we're going to say is stations is going to be a bunch of things. So this is going to actually be an array, I think, of dictionaries. So we're going to have, like, audio player, sound, Godot, I'm going to kill. We don't need to know what the sound is, the audio player. Yeah, so you have like 10 different domain hostings. It's not really too bad. They're only like, what, $12 a year. I've got shitplays.com, seasonrights.com, gemworks.com. What else? bigboygames.net, although I don't think I pay for that one. I think Ace does. And I think that's pretty much it. They're not too expensive. I mean, it's usually pretty reasonable. That's going to be audiostreamplayer.new. So in remove station, we're going to say if our data is stations at index there. Yeah, how am I gonna do that? Or no, like the index. Oh god, I'm really tired of everything freezing. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Ah, computer. I'm gonna need to get a new CPU or something. It's been really frustrating. It just keeps just spontaneously freezing. I think I need a new CPU, guys. I hate to say it, but it might be time. Why is this invalid? Oh. What am I using? I'm on a 3900 XT right now for my CPU. I want to get like preferably a 9900 XT. And also upgrade to DDR5 RAM. I'm still in DDR4. It's probably about time. I've just noticed a lot of weird computer instabilities. Yeah. Where it's like I get random like lag spikes and stuff, and I'm like, what is happening? I think it's probably CPU related. I just don't know whether to wait for like the 1100. You know. Let's see, what is the newest CPU they have out right now? I'm pretty sure it's the 9900. I guess Ryzen desktops. Okay, that's where I was already. Can I just have a list of their buyinamd.com? Yeah. Yeah, this seems to be the newest stuff. It's expensive. They've got the this one's on a little bit of sale. They've got the XD one out now, which is nice. These have like a 3D cache. Man, that's insane, up to 5.5 gigahertz. So it would be nice to get one of those. Yeah, it definitely would be a huge boost up from what my CPU can do. My CPU is like up to, it's like 4.7 or something. If I can go up to 5.5, that's a huge jump. Heard some bad stuff about 3D, just do research. Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to spend some time looking through everything. With no 3D on purpose? Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'll probably get another AMD CPU. Ever since I've gotten AMD stuff for CPUs, I've kind of stuck with it because honestly, they're kind of awesome. I've had issues with Intel CPUs a lot, where like, they overheat and stuff. It's just a nightmare. But AMD ones have always, for me, been really stable. But yeah. Yeah, so me, I'd get non-3D. I think they're a bit better for productivity. Okay. AMD CPU plus AMD GPU. Yeah. I usually go AMD CPU and NVIDIA graphics card. Just because there's a lot of, like, features that AMD GPUs can't do. But, usually works pretty well. Shopping. Welcome in, Finn. Yeah, I'm just looking at new CPUs. I mean, well, only for a second. My, it's probably about time for me to get a new CPU. If you use Blender and go AMD GPU, you're kind of... I know, that's the problem. I think it's probably fine, AMD GPUs for, like, gaming and stuff, but you run into a lot of compatibility issues. 9900X is what I have. Yeah, I have a 3900 XT right now. It's about time to upgrade, I think. I've been thinking about it, and my computer's been a little unstable, so... Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at. I'm probably going to get like a 9900X. Just the equivalent. 12 cores is plenty, honestly. I can't imagine needing more. I don't think it's worth the extra like $200 to jump up to the... Or $100 in this case. The 9950. It just seems like kind of... There's no point, you know? 12 cores is a lot. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to upgrade everything. I'm gonna have to get a new motherboard and RAM. I've got DDR4 right now. I do want to jump up to DDR5. I think my GPU is probably fine for a while. I've got a 3080 Ti. So it's not bad. I mean, it's been handling everything I've been able to throw at it. So I think it's probably all right. The thing that's gonna suck is like I need like 64 gigs of RAM. So I'm gonna have to buy 64 gigs of DDR5, which isn't cheap. But yeah. I have an RX 7900, XTX 24 gigabytes, never had a single issue. Nice, well, that's awesome. Yeah. If you do pro tip, see if you can find the X670E board. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna go for. I think my current one is like, it's that same lineup. It's an Asus. I'm trying to remember, but it's like their ROG Strix line. I always like those motherboards. They're really stable. For me, I've never had any issues with them, and they've just got a lot of nice features. You know, plenty of like NVMe connectivity and everything. It's always a really solid board. So I'm probably going to go with that again. What's nice is that I believe my liquid cooler is compatible with an AM5 slot. So I should be able to just adapt it. I might have to buy a little adapter. Unless it just works, it might. I'll have to double check and make sure that I can use the same liquid cooler, but I'm pretty sure I can. Problem is a 7900 XTX loses to a 5060 in Blender rendering. Yeah, it just depends on what you're doing. I mean, yeah. With the X870, it's basically the B series now. They cut down all the features and there's no B series board. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, it's been a while since I've like bought, it's been like 5 years or whatever. When did I get my CPU? It was a while ago. I can check my Amazon account, see. I might have gotten it on Best Buy, because they always have crazy deals and stuff. Okay, I got it 2020, so my CPU is 5 years old now. It's probably about time. So that must have been when I upgraded my board too. Sure, it's in my Amazon order history. Yeah, I have the X570 for my motherboard. It's a nice board. So then XTX beast, yeah. I probably won't upgrade my GPU for a while because GPUs are just insane. They're so expensive, you know? I'd love to get a really nice card one day, like an RTX 5090 just for Blender rendering. I'd love to have some more VRAM, but as you can see, not exactly affordable. It's like thousands of dollars. I could upgrade every other component in my computer before I get a graphics card. It'd be cheaper, you know? It's just insane. I mean, yeah, I know the 5090 is the big guy, it's the top, but even a 5080 is probably pretty expensive, yeah. It's still like $1,000, over $1,000 in most cases. It's insane. Yeah, it's brutal. I don't know. But my GPU's been fine. I haven't really had any issues. Sometimes NVIDIA drivers can be funny, but usually they update it pretty quick, so I don't think I've had any actual issues with it. I think this card will probably last quite a bit longer. I mean, I don't really run into any like FPS issues and stuff on games. I feel like most of the time, like, I can just lower my graphic settings. Modern games have this funny thing where like the lowest settings look identical to the highest settings. So it kind of doesn't even matter if you have a good GPU anymore. I feel like, you know, back like 10 years ago, it was really important. But nowadays, I feel like it doesn't really matter. I still know people that are running on like 1050 Ti's and playing all of the games and it's fine, you know? Like, it's pretty crazy. Well, I'll probably start looking into this. It pains me that it's so expensive, but I've got to do it at some point. It's way cheaper on Amazon. That's crazy. It's like a whole $100 cheaper. I mean, it's only $300 on Amazon. For a CPU like that, that's a pretty good price. Yeah. They even have like a bundle with the motherboard. Yeah, right. I mean, I'm going up not only just like a better CPU, but jumping up from DDR4 to DDR5 too. It's going to be a pretty nice boost, I imagine. I think it'll just help a lot with just system stability. I won't get all those random blips all the time. I also do worry that my CPU might be slowly dying because of all those weird issues I've had with Windows more recently. I mean, it's not like I overclocked my CPU or anything, but it's just time. And then one of these days, I'll upgrade my graphics card. Don't know when that'll be, though. I might wait for, like, a couple more generations. So I just general system drag for a long time installed. I've done a lot of cleaning up, though, of my OS recently. Like, I reinstalled Windows, actually. I didn't delete all my files and registry and stuff, but I like reinstalled all of the system files. Windows has this little feature where you can go to update and then recover. I think it's in advanced options, recovery, and you can just reinstall all of your Windows without deleting personal files. It's actually kind of cool. But that definitely has helped speed things up. It's just like, I don't know, it's weird. Like, overall, normal performance is fine and everything runs good, but then all of a sudden it, like, freezes up for, like, 10 seconds. So, I feel like that's not a normal thing. To me, it almost feels like some kind of CPU issue. Typically, that's what you see, like, when your CPU is struggling. I mean, I know my CPU isn't at full usage, but that's always the side effect I see. When somebody has a CPU problem, their whole operating system just like freezes for a minute. And now that that's happening to me, I think it might be time for a new CPU. Nuke it from orbit, only way to be sure, yeah. One of these years I might have to actually install onto a new computer, you know, but oh, that would be an enormous process. I probably don't want to do that right now. So we're also going to pass in frequency here. Which will be whatever our frequency is. And we're going to push back data. All right, so what this is going to do is push back that station audio that we've added here. So basically this function just takes in a sound that gets played, the frequency at where that sound is located, and the time that sound will be around for. So we could just set that to like infinity, and then the station stays the entire game, right? It'd be pretty easy. So now we can go ahead and do like down here. We're going to connect up a signal. So we're going to say get tree dot create timer given our time dot connect remove station, and index will just be basically our last index here. Now here's the only issue though, I guess, doing it index based. This is the problem. Is that if we add another station or delete another station, now our index of what the station is has been lost. So that's not going to work as a way to keep track of stations. I think we might have to do either just an ordered list of like, this is station 1 and this is station 2. You know, just keep incrementing that number as we add each station. Might be the way to do it. Instead of doing an array, we just do a dictionary. Just ignore that for now. Now all we do is just say stations and just say var sound index will be 0. It shouldn't matter for a little game like this. I probably would come up with a better solution in an actual game, but like, it's fine. Perjury is such a bad idea. Yeah. It definitely would cause a lot of havoc on my PC if I deleted all that. But I do wonder sometimes if it would actually improve performance, like a lot. I don't know. Especially in game dev, 90% of the time is CPU that bottlenecks. Yeah, I recently optimized render my game engine, offload all the matrix math GPU. Yeah, it's kind of, that's the thing, right? Is like, I feel like we're almost hitting like a upper limit for how fast our GPUs need to be. We've kind of reached this point where we're literally able to simulate real life lighting. And I mean, once you hit that point, there's nowhere else to go, right? The only thing I could see is like just more powerful GPUs for like AI stuff or for like research. But we're definitely getting there. Most of the time when there's bad performance, it's not really the fault of the GPU anymore. It's just because the code is bad, that people aren't optimizing things, right? So it's pretty interesting. But like, I've basically not run into any game, any modern game too, like cutting edge games that I've had performance issues with. It usually runs completely fine. Like every single game on like high graphics and stuff. I mean, yeah, I know my GPU isn't weak, but it's not a brand new GPU anymore. And I'm not noticing that usual drop. Like when I got my 1070, I was like, okay, things are running good. But then as time goes on and new games come out, I'm like, okay, this is starting to get pretty slow. But that hasn't been happening yet. So I think I might be set for a while at least. Yeah, the other thing too is like, yeah, with like Blender rendering, it would be nice to... There are obviously reasons to get newer cards, but I think at least for gaming specifically, I feel like we've kind of reached like a plateau where things are going to start kind of sloping off. But yeah. In the Blender space, there's so many rendering techniques that'd be really amazing in a game that just isn't really feasible. Yeah. I mean, there are things like that that would be cool. I mean, it's gonna have to be a really big jump, though. That's the thing, because some of those things are insane. Like doing like real-time, like liquid physics simulations and stuff on the GPU. You'd have to have a crazy GPU for that. Yeah, real-time subsurface scattering and stuff like that. I mean, that's the thing, though, is it already is kind of a thing, isn't it? I feel like I've seen a game before that's done subsurface scattering. I don't know. I have to look into that. But yeah. There's definitely still cases like that. Scrub surface scattering. It is unrealized subsurface scattering and substrate materials now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen that before. I think I saw an option for that in one game I played. I don't remember what game, but... Yeah, we're definitely getting a... I mean, it gets to a point where we're going to be able to basically simulate everything that exists in real life lighting. That there's kind of nothing else to simulate, right? I mean, obviously, we're not there yet, but I think we're on that path. Oh, no, they're not there yet, but it's definitely just, I think as a general, like, most games don't utilize newer graphics cards anymore. It was always like back in the day, it was like every new game came out, had some crazy new flashy graphics feature that like you needed the top of the line graphics card for. But now it feels like most games that come out just don't do that now, or don't require you to have a crazy new graphics card. It's just like, if you've got a somewhat modern card, then you're kind of set for almost any game. Going from a 1080 Ti to a 4090 was wild. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, it's a huge jump up. Let's see here. So we're gonna do... Okay, so yeah, that's gonna be... We're gonna make that the key then. So we're gonna say stations. We're gonna do that. Say stations.erase key. All right, so yeah, we're just gonna start at sound index 0. Every time that we add a new one, we're gonna add it to this, and then we say that is equal to data. And then we say get tree, create timer, time.connect, remove station.bind, sound index. So now this will be a static number that this will only ever have once. Oh yeah, .timeout.connect. And then we increment it. So this should be fine up to a quintillion sounds or whatever. I'm not worried. We could probably sit here and wait for the heat death of the universe, so it'll be okay. Yeah, the only things that really pushed that was like Cyberpunk PTGI tech preview. Yeah, I know. It starts to get to a point where it becomes only like enthusiast level stuff that actually matters. Only a quintillion? I know. I'm not future-proofing this game, guys. Sorry. It is really funny. I've had games like... I remember Pogo Rocket, the way that I like saved the date or whatever. I was saving date for some reason. I think so I could check which time you had or whatever your last time. It was funny because it was like... I set it up in a way to where as soon as we hit years that are more than 4 digits, the game won't work anymore. That's kind of funny. So Pogo Rocket's got an 8,000 year lifespan, and then it's done. It's like, okay, one experimental mode and one game actually wrecks a 4090. Yeah, right. But like, that's the thing, even my 3080 Ti obliterates most games. I never have issues. So, it's always a CPU bottleneck, really. Like, whenever there's crazy stuff happening, it's always CPU. I feel like CPU is definitely not there. Like, there's so much more simulation that you can do with CPU. And the thing that really better CPUs allows is not necessarily just, you know, higher fidelity stuff, but more grand simulations. And, you know, CPUs definitely have room to grow. I mean, and the thing too is if we're able to offload a lot of that CPU processing onto GPUs, then GPUs have a reason to keep upgrading and improving as well, right? So. But even that, I imagine at a certain point, the limit will just be our creativity instead of our actual processing power. I mean, obviously it's pretty easy to make something run terrible, but even with just a little bit of optimization, it should be fine. Yeah, every modern gaming conventions, modern top-end GPU are beyond overkill. Yeah. Yeah, right. A lot of things have been pushed to GPUs, which is good. Yeah. I don't know. Just have to see how it all goes down. Yeah, I mean, the only thing is it can be kind of tricky to program stuff on the GPU. The CPU... Because the thing is that the GPU completes its instructions asynchronously. So it can be kind of problematic. The nice thing about a CPU is, you know, everything that you program will be like in sequence, right? But a GPU, you have to like... It's amazing for some specific scenarios, but for trying to like do like a lot of things that interact with each other in linear ways where it's like this thing causes this thing, it can be kind of hard to make that work well with a GPU. And to make it work well with a GPU, it bottlenecks it so hard you might as well just use the CPU, right? So definitely there's things that work better for CPU versus GPU. More advanced code, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, multi-threaded asynchronous programming. Is that what they call that? What do they call that? Parallel programming, I think is what it's called, right? Yeah. All right, let me make sure this is all good. So we add a station with the sound, frequency, and the time. We create a new audio stream player. We're going to say player dot... here, let's type it so I can access stuff. Player dot bus is equal to radio. So we're going to set the audio player in the frequency that it's at there. And then we go stations at that index is our data. Create a timer to remove the station after a given time and increment our thing. So then on removal, we're going to say data.stations.key. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to say data.audioplayer.queueFree. And then say stations.erase_key. So the other thing we're going to do over here also is say station sounds dot add child player, and we're also going to say player dot start or player dot play. So that should work. I think our audio stuff should be set up then. I've got it. Good night and good luck. Sounds good. Thank you so much for popping into the stream. I appreciate it. Yeah, have a good rest of your night. Yeah, I don't know if you watch any Ace Roll-Up, listening to him to describe some of the ways to handle sorting on CPU versus GPU is like, okay, yeah, big brain, yeah. No, I've seen a couple of his videos. He does a pretty good job of like expressing those high-level concepts and stuff to people that don't really know much about programming. But yeah, it can get pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean, like, it's GPU stuff, it gets crazy. That's where you need like a PhD in computer science, you know? A lot of math, a lot of like theory, I imagine, of like figuring out what works. Yeah, it gets complicated. Yeah, that's why graphics programming can be so hard. I feel like graphics programming is the easiest kind of graphics card programming. But I imagine trying to do like simulations, like imagine being like a researcher, like creating like a simulation of our sun or the universe. Like that's got to be so hard to program on a GPU. But you kind of have to. There's no way to. If you tried to make that run on the CPU, it would literally take a million years. Like you have to use GPUs for that. It's insane. I don't know how people do that kind of stuff. I don't know programming, but I know the concepts for lots of it, which is weird. But here we are, yeah. Okay, let's go get this static audio set up, and then we'll go ahead and start making the function for like the fading into the music. This will be a really cool way to do the audio because what this allows is for multiple stations to overlap on each other. No, just make a new project. Bobo. But hopefully this sounds somewhat realistic. Obviously, it's not a perfect simulation of how radio actually works in real life, but I think it's close enough to where it'll sound cool. Alright, so there's our static. So what we're going to do for this is just cut it at the beginning, plop it over there, and then just say effect controls. We'll go into effects. We want to do a constant power, which will make sure that the volume of it stays at a constant level. If I can get this to go. Dang it. Oh yeah, I've had this before where we have to do we can't cut it right from the beginning because it needs to have some audio before. So we do this, we want to cut there, delete that, then cut that section, then constant power that. If it would let me put it on. Okay, it's being funny. How am I gonna do this then? Premiere. I hate Premiere, but it's the only thing that runs good on my computer. I've tried to use DaVinci, but it just like... I have a lot of audio issues with DaVinci. I don't know why. It's usually just a mess, though. Why can't I put it on here? Ah, man. It definitely does need a fade. But it won't let me put it on. Why? Just let me do it, man. Okay, how else can I do this? We could cut a bit off the end, like this, and fade that in. But it doesn't let me do it! Come on, Premiere. Stop being stupid. Just do it. Well, if I can't merge the audio, then I don't know what to do. So cool. I don't know why Premiere is being like that. How else can I get a noise sound? We just need white noise. And since I'm doing the ODA category, I don't want to break any rules by accident. Let's double check what those are. Out. Yeah, I cannot use pre-made SFX. To the mic and add reverb. Yeah. Might have to do that. What am I gonna do here? That's what I need to do. So, hey, Isakelis, what's up? I would love to use JSFXR. Because what's great about this is, like, I'm still generating my own sounds. So I think it works. Because this is mainly... It's not like these are pre-made assets. This is just a tool for making sounds. Oh my god, sorry for the volume, guys. Is it because of my sample size? Maybe I should just export it out at full. Yeah, sorry about your ears. What is the frequency of the static on a radio? You know? Cosmic background radiation frequency. (160 gigahertz). Okay. Well, let's see. If we're on AM, AM is usually lower frequency. We'll just aim for something. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I'm gonna try and download this again and see if we're able to make this loop then. Well, actually, now that it's like I did the settings better, it might loop. So let's just experiment and see. Normally I don't have that issue with trying to loop audio. Oh, it's fine now. Okay, I don't know why it was being stupid. Whatever, that means we can export it at 11K. And we can do whatever in here now. And I'll set it to 0 gain. I will not play the audio because you're... Sorry that I just killed every... If for some reason it plays the audio when you change the volume slider. I apologize. I tried to mute it as fast as I could. Okay. We're gonna turn down desktop audio so that doesn't happen anymore. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to do that. I want to just have it at 0 so that it's... Yeah, I apologize. I apologize. I did not mean to do that. I hope your guys' ears are okay. I wish you a quick recovery. I'm sorry, guys. Worse on stream, yeah. Okay, I'll turn the desktop audio back up now. Let's rename this to static. I'm going to be very careful with the static. So the static is going to be a constant sound. So we're just going to add an audio player static. Basically, the static volume will just be equivalent to the lack of volume of other stations. So, Mechanic can't win to orbit. Yeah, sorry about that. I'll turn down the volume on that for now, just to be safe. All right, so now what we need to do is actually process the volume of what we should be expecting. So we're just going to say for I in stations, we're going to be calculating which one is our frequency and stuff. So we're going to say the volume of any given thing. Say data.audio stream player.volume dB is equal to whatever. Use a numpad key for push to talk on OBS. One time I forgot to remove my cursor from an echo setting. Oh god. That's horrible. Yeah, that's insane. Let's call this audio player. So that's going to be equal to that frequency away from wherever it is currently. So that's what we can calculate. We can make a formula for that. So let's say our frequency is at 0.5, which is the center, and our audio is at 0.2. We can say it's 0.5 minus 0.2. We're basically just doing what is the distance away from our actual frequency. So if we're at 0.3, that's 0.3 away. So then we can say like, we can figure out some kind of fall off value. So we're gonna say our dist is data.frequency minus frequency. And we're gonna ABS it. Now we're gonna say volume is equal to, so if distance is 0, then volume's full, right? So that would be dB. We're gonna say 1 minus that. So if distance is 0, we multiply by 1, which is just gonna be our base volume. And we'll just set that to like, I don't know, minus 20. Oh god. If I could actually program, that'd be so cool. Dist times minus 20. So 1. What we really need to do is convert this from linear to decibel, I think. Linear to dB. So that'll give us 1 is full, which is full volume dist. Yeah. That should work. Now, I think in order to increase the fall off, all we have to do is, let's see, we're subtracting frequency. We just have to amplify the distance here. So I think we just multiply this, because if our distance is 0.3, and we say 0.3 times 100 or something, that doesn't make any sense. I'll have to figure out how to do that. Speaking of envelopes, have I ever shared with you the easing functions cheat sheet I found? Yeah, I think you sent that to me one time. It's pretty helpful. It just shows like all the different ways to ease stuff. All the different like slurp and lerp and whatever. If you've got that on hand, you're totally welcome to send it over again, just so I can take a look. Back? Never mind, we ain't back. Oh, okay. So how do I want to calculate distance here? Because this is just getting a raw distance. So it's like 0.3 away. But I need to now convert that. So 1 minus 0.3 is only 0.7. That doesn't work. I want it to be like only right when you're on it. That's when it's you put in programming channel. Awesome. I'll take it like that. So yeah, we'll just have to do some kind of fall off thing. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, these are all nice though. I do appreciate it. Because our value is in linear, so let's just think of it in terms of that. When we're on it, it's 1, right? Distance is 0. And then as soon as we're off of it, I want it to go back down to 0 for volume. So could I just like square this or whatever? So I want to see if this would check out. So let's say frequency is 0.2. You know, let's graph this in Desmos. It's gonna be easier. So F, or whatever, S will be our frequency, so it'll be 0.5. And then G is our other sound, 0.2. So now we're gonna say dist is G minus S, ABS. So yeah, we have 0.3. See, now I can play with these sliders. So as we change our frequency, you can see how that changes. Oh, and this can only be from 0 to 1. And likewise with this one. Okay, so now as I change this, you can see our value here. So when we're on 0.2, it trends to 0 because we're 0 distance away. So that's full volume. But then as soon as we start going away from that, you can see this value increases. So I want it to be like as soon as we're off a little bit, this audio just completely goes away, which means this will instantly go back up to 1. So that's what I need to do here. How do you calculate fall off? Yeah, I'm just looking at a little, like this is what we want, right? Relative different distance. I guess we could just divide it instead of subtracting it. That work? Because 0.2 divided by 0.2 is 1. Then as we go away from that, it just trends towards 0. So could we now change the value of that? Like if I squared the bottom number or something. No, because it's just going to increase the number that we have. I'm trying to think how this would work. Would we divide that number? No, because then it just increases. That wouldn't work. I feel stupid right now. I know we need to do like a cubic fall off, right? X divided by 2. 1 divided by X. I guess this is basically what we need to do. We're going to say 1 divided by our value to the power of whatever. Yeah, X to the power of whatever. Okay, so maybe we want to inverse this then. So that drops to 0.2. But then it just trends toward infinity. That's the issue. Well, let's see here. With this function, as soon as our x value hits 1, then it becomes 1. So we could just multiply it by this function. I think I know what we can do here. So all we want to say is just this. And then we want to say we input that value here to get our y value. I think this will work. So 1 over x squared. So now we say h or whatever. Final value is whatever our x is. 1 over d to the power of 100. This will work, I think. So we have 1 when it's equal, and then the instant that we go off of it. Okay, well that's going to insanely large values for some reason. So that doesn't work. 1 over x. Is it because I'm dividing it instead of multiplying? Okay, let's see. So if our value is 1, and our value is that. Yeah, we just started a new project today. It's a game jam, so I don't have any commands set up for it or anything. So I think we want to say d times whatever the value is at 1 over for our signal. G. Power of 200? No, it doesn't work. I feel so stupid right now. Because what is our x? Our x is going to be whatever s is, right? G. But then that makes that value insane. So it doesn't make any sense. Because if we have 1 over x... Oh, I guess it's because we're on a scale from... That's probably a problem. From 0 to 1. Then how can we get a value that cleanly goes from 1 to 1? It's going to have to be like a circular thing. Let's think here. I mean, this is basically what I want, but let's multiply ray strength by the inverse of log. Interesting. So distance, relative sound intensity. So could we just multiply this by log? That's all good. Welcome back, MBG. Had to go in the dark to procure more wood. I like that Smiling Friends episode. Do we just want to log whatever our distance is? It's probably not correct, but... No. I feel so stupid right now. What? Let me look for the formula. Exponential decay is what we want. This is what I want to create. This effect, right? What? So our formula is going to be n0 times e minus lambda time. Or distance, whatever. So let's go ahead and just create that function. So n is our quantity. Whatever, we'll just set that to whatever right now. E to the power of minus L x. So this is what we end up with, which I think is correct. Okay, so that's changing the fall off value. Okay, so we just want E like that. I think this will work. So it's just e to the power of minus 2x or whatever. Then basically this value here is our amount of fall off. So then I think what we can do is multiply distance by that value. I hope. Because if distance is 1, then that means we're on it. So it's 1, we multiply by that, we just end up with whatever. But then as distance changes... Okay, so really what I'm inputting for x is our distance. Yeah. That doesn't seem to make any sense, though. Because there it should be 1. And in our formula, e to the power of minus 1... times 1... which is x. If our input is 1, oh, then it becomes 0. So we want to be entering in the inverse. Like this. Now we put in this value. Okay, so now when it's 0, our value is 1, and then as soon as it changes, you can see it fall off towards 0. So now we can increase our fall off factor here. So we could have it like insane, like 20. So the minute that we stray away from this value, it instantly starts dropping, like this. Yeah, this is going to work. So we want that value to be pretty gosh darn high, like that. So we only get it in tune for a second here, and then the second that we move away from that frequency, it trends towards 0. Okay, a little quirky, but it works. So we're going to do that. So distance will be just ABS, frequency minus... So that's the station frequency minus our current frequency. And now we're going to say var linear volume is equal to power E. How do I access E? I need the natural exponent. Oh, okay, we can just say EXP. So EXP to the power of minus 100 times our distance. So hopefully that'll work. Then we'll say our volume's equal to that. And now we just need to set up some code for actually creating random audio things in our radio station. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's just create a timer that just does it every so often. Or honestly, just for testing, let's just create a couple set stations. So add station, our sound, our frequency. Let's say frequency 0.2, and then infinity for our time. And let's say we put one at 0.8. And then we just have to load in our sounds. Oh yeah, I forgot to actually say player.audiostream. Player.stream is sound. So this has to be a I don't know what it is because we load it. Whatever, it's fine. The frequency will be a float. Time will be a float. Okay, so now let's go ahead and import some sounds. We've got the static. Also, now another thing that we're going to do down here is say var loudest sound, right, is 0. And then down in here we say loudest sound is equal to linear volume. And then what we're going to say is the volume of our static. The volume dB is equal to linear 2 dB, whatever our inverse of the loudest sound is. So if we have something that's at full volume, you won't hear any static anymore. Now we got to put in some funny audio sounds in here. Let's just, as a temporary placeholder, record me making a noise. Hello there, this is on loop, Okay. Those will work. Just as some temporary sounds. Watch them accidentally become permanent. The 94. Alright, I have no idea if this is gonna work. But I'm curious to see. So let's load it up and find out. Sorry if the volume is extremely loud. I'll turn out desktop audio just in case. Oh, it's not happy. Oh, I'm stupid because I said .steam. I always do that. Hello there, this is on loop, Frequency. Oh, did I make frequency an integer somewhere? I think I might have. Oh, it's probably just because I set it to... That needs to be a float. Let's try this again. What is going on? It still says frequency is not valid for some reason. So it should be saying data.frequency in stations. Oh, is it just because of ABS? What is it saying frequency is here? Oh, it just says data is just nothing, though. That's the problem. So... Why is that, though? Data, frequency will be frequency, which is a float. 0.2, 0.8. We set it to be that. Station sound index is data. Then on remove, we say do all that stuff. And then erase. And then why is this being funny? So invalid access to key frequency on an object of int. So somehow data is becoming an integer, which doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's because I'm stupid. That's why, guys. For key in stations, or data is stations at key. It's okay, guys. It's just my own stupidity. Oh, didn't crash. You can see the frequencies down here. Oh, I forgot to make all these sounds looping. That is probably why. It's pretty easy. You just go in import mode, say loop mode forward, re-import, loop mode forward, loop mode forward. Also, I forgot to set the static on autoplay, which is probably the other issue. So let's give that a try now. Why is that so loud? Yeah, and why does it sound like that? I'm just gonna listen to this by itself. Okay, it just does sound like that for some reason. Odd. But it doesn't sound like that in there. Oh, I might just have to make sure that I'm actually setting the quality properly in here. It is 8-bit. Re-import. I might not be able to actually change the mix rates of these sounds. I'm not sure. Yeah, why does it sound like that? Oh, there we go. I guess it was an issue with quite okay audio. Very funny. Odd. Alright. So that should be fine now. We've got my audio in here. I don't know why it didn't seem to be changing the volume on here very much. But we'll go ahead and try that out. Also, just for now, I'm going to set that a little lower so it's easier to tune into the station. I don't know why it's so... Let me print out what loudest sound is. Also up here, I'm going to make sure all of these player.volume.db... Wait, does this just have a volume linear value? Oh my god. I didn't know that. So we don't have to do all this conversion stuff. I did not know that was a thing. That's extremely convenient. What? Okay. Alright, let's try this again. Hello there, this is on loop. This is on loop. Hello there, this is on loop. This is on loop. Hello there, this is on loop. This is on loop. Hello there, this is on loop. This is on loop. Okay. Well, the static is way too loud, so we're going to clamp this volume in here. We're going to say, choose the min between that and point, like, 4. Right? So I'm not dying. It's still really loud. Let's set it even lower, like 0.1. So it is working. The only thing, though, that I have to fix here is loudest sound is not being calculated properly. Because I have to say, if linear volume is greater than or equal to loudest sound, then we set it. So let's try this again. Looks like it's working.
Hello there. Hello
Yeah, I'll
there.
probably
This is on
do
loop.
some
This is
filtering
on loop.
stuff.
Ba, 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 ba.
I wonder if I could just do a filter on here to make it sound like a radio. Like, if I could just do I don't know what thing in here would be. Amplify, capture, compressor, delay, distortion, filter. So like cut off hertz, gain, and resonance. I was just gonna see if I could limit the frequency, the fidelity of the audio to 1100 kilohertz, because right now my recordings are playing at 4800, because that's what my mic is recording at. But it would be nice if I could just change that to be 11,000 with a filter in here, you know? I don't know which one it would be though. Like, it probably is one of these. A notch filter, panner, phaser, pitch shift, recorder, reverb, spectrum analyzer, stereo, enhance. I'm not smart enough to know. Could I do that with like a distortion? No. Oh, lo-fi? What is this mode? Low resolution, digital distortion effect, bit reduction. That's what I want to do. Okay, so let me get rid of filter. If you don't mind the whole game, you could change that in the game settings. Yeah, that could work too. So yeah, what are all these modes? We got wave shape. Interesting. Overdrive. Yeah, I want to do lo-fi distortion. So what that should let me do is... Basically, I'm just compressing a bit depth reduction, right? I don't know what happens if I updrive all the way. We can see what it sounds like. Oh, that really reduced the bits, didn't it? Well, Just want to filter to to reduce, yeah. I have to figure out all these things in here. We consider Yoshi and I suggestion. Uh, where was that at? Did you guys send it in chat? I'm looking through here. Oh. Oh, by the gibberish sounds. Yeah, you can send that over. I think it's probably okay. It's not like it's a critical component of the game, or I'm like asking you guys to make the game for me. I can always ask Adagon really quick. I mean, Adagon's asking for sounds from me, so I imagine it's probably okay. That's all that stuff. How many people can make the game? Because it's only one developer for ODA, but it's not like you guys are making the game. So it's probably okay. Feel free to go ahead and send the sounds over, and we can put them in, and worst case scenario, if I'm not allowed to use them, I can just remove them. It's not a big deal. So... See, I don't know if this distortion does exactly what I want. It's definitely reducing the bits, but it's not like reducing the... Let me make sure I'm using terminology. The sample rate. Let me look this up. Godot reduce sample rate. Yeah, this is exactly what I want to do. This is still open. Yeah, lo-fi distortion mode. Specifically, what do you want for the sounds? Yeah, you're totally welcome to do whatever. I think it'd be fun to have stuff that's like you would probably just hear on the radio. I'm probably gonna record me like singing a pop song or whatever and putting it on some, you know, making a fake radio station. Yeah, if you guys want to do like a news station or like there's always like a lot of religion broadcasts, you know? This is just in my experience of going through the stations. So religion, news, and music. That's basically the big three. You can also do like advertisements if you want to. Just for fun. Could be pretty fun. Yeah, I wish this was a thing in the engine, but I don't think it is. Well, I'm probably just gonna have to export out all the sounds at the bitrate we want. So if you're gonna be sending me sounds, if you can, it's fine because I can just pull it up in Premiere and export. But preferably set it to 11K for sample rate. And we'll probably just start doing that for all the audio now. Because there doesn't seem to be a really good way to like actually get that effect in here. So it's okay. Figure that out, send it like that. Yeah, sounds good. And no worries if you can't get it worked out, it's fine. So we do need to have a little like label in here for what our actual frequency is. So let's go back into here. We're gonna add a few things. We're gonna add some labels. These will just be placed over here. This will be FM versus AM. And we have to pick a font that actually looks real. This one doesn't work. So I am allowed to use pre-existing fonts, I believe. Let me just go double check the rules really quick. It's okay to use pre-existing assets, fonts, code, and logos. But no pre-made art, music, or sound effects. So I am allowed to go grab a font, which is nice. So let's go to defont and find a font that'll look cool. So I want something that looks like, you know, real. I don't know. Yeah, a segment display font could be cool. I don't know if this is like a digital. I think there's definitely more of an analog radio, probably. I'm not sure, you know. But we could look for like Western eroded typewriter font or something. I don't know, I'm so tired of these typewriter fonts. I always see it in horror games. Let's not do that. This isn't necessarily a horror game. I think I do want it to be kind of scary, though. Just because it's fun. Pixel bitmap. Not medieval, but like... basic. I guess is what I want. Probably a serif font. Let's make sure that it's 100% free. I mean, I guess I could just find a good font on my computer. It's probably okay. We can just create a new, what is it? A resource? I think it's a resource. After I wait 1,000 years for Godot to stop freezing, that'll be really, really cool. I can't wait. I can't wait to actually use Godot. I don't know why it keeps freezing, guys. It's getting really annoying. It's like every 10 seconds. Oh my god. You find it on radio, but when you turn it on, you don't recognize any of the stations. Yeah. Oh my god. Kidding me right now? Is Godot just gonna die and crash? Alright, let's task manager Godot. I'm gonna lose some stuff probably. But whatever. Whatever. Okay. I just wanted to create a font. Let's try again. So resource, font. So we can just do a system font or something. Oh my god, Godot. I don't know why Godot is being so quirky for me. It's kind of annoying. Alright, can I pick what font it is? Font names. Here we go. So let's just go through like Krita. It's fun to record, yeah. Let's just look at some different fonts. So I just want one that says like FM. We'll look through until we find something cool. Oh, it doesn't like... Oh, I have to do it in here. Whatever. Make it big so I can actually see it. There we go. Alright, we're just going to start at the top. And go through the list. Would it be F.M? I guess not. It's just, yeah. Adobe Gothic. I'll record in a bit once my family goes to bed. Yeah, it's all good. Agency. That's actually not bad. I kind of... Something about it looks kind of nice. Let's keep going through, though. Hello there. That's a classic font. Hello there. Wingdings? Yeah, awesome. I love not being able to read anything. These ones aren't terrible. Cascadia code. But that's like a programming font. It's not really the vibe. Century Gothic. Weezer. I do not know how to read Wingdings. Hello there. Oh yeah, this is the font that I created. This is all my handwriting. Forgot about that one. Chippo. I should use that one more. Comic Sans classic. Hello there. Whoa. There's so many fonts. We'll keep looking for a little bit. We can always swap this later. I mean, it's not a big deal. Hello doesn't look like a real word. Starground font is not a real font. It is a font. It is called, what's it called again? Lychee soda. We can use it. We're on H, A, B, C, D, F, G, H. We'll get there in a minute. Yeah, it's font.ttf. Oh, the title font? No, it's not a real font. I draw it out myself. Whoa, Starground? Yeah, lychee soda. That's in my old computer, that font? Yeah. That'd be crazy. Minecraft. Well, I don't know what font would make the most sense. I mean, there's stuff like this. That's Modern Sans. Wing, there's that Wingdings. That's Outlook. Okay. I feel like this agency FB will probably be fine for the most part. And then we can do different fonts for different things. Because imagine we're going to be like writing down a transcript of what's being said, right? So, yeah, we could do Minecraft enchanting table. That'd be so readable and great. So we're going to do that, set the main font. Hello there. Oh yeah, I have to go set the default theme. Okay. Like enchanted deal plans for the alien radio stations, yeah. We need to work on the graphics of our scene here. Let's change this so that it's like gray. Probably make it metallic. And our light, let's do a spotlight so it's like we're actually in a room. Which one needs to be 0? That one. Like that. We can set the radius of this pretty small. But give it a bit of blend. Like that. That looks nice. Okay. Check Euros tile. What is that? Oh yeah, Euros tile font. That's pretty cool. I do like how that looks. Let me see if that's something on here. It's not on here, but we can probably find a download or something. Is it like free to use or let's see. Yeah, I've definitely seen this though. It's like, yeah, sci-fi. I feel like this is definitely used in like uh 2001 Space Odyssey. So these, oh, I need to make sure that they're copyright free. It's probably free without restrictive license. Might have a license. I guess it's owned by Microsoft now. Okay. Print and make using Windows supplied fonts. So it's probably okay to use. Yeah, what is this? Do I have to pay to license Microsoft fonts? Oh. Are Microsoft fonts free for commercial use? Including video games, as long as you have a valid license. I mean, I'm not selling the game, so I don't think it matters. And if I ever were to sell it, I could change the font. So I think it'll be okay. It's restricted, yeah. It'd probably be okay. Yeah, I'll consider it. It would be cool. There's probably one like it that's like a knockoff. Like, let's see what people are saying here. Oh yeah, Orbitron. I do actually have Orbitron installed on my computer. I think that one's supposed to be pretty similar. Let's check out Orbitron. Yeah, Orbitron is basically the same thing. So we'll use Orbitron. That'll probably be fine. I don't know why this is so huge. 0. Okay. All right, so this is looking good. Let's go ahead and fill this face in with black. So we'll just call this void. It'll be, well, here, let's go ahead and select everything. New, assign, metal, and then void. So void will have full roughness and then no specular. Okay. I'm thinking we might do some wood on this radio. Let's look at an old radio for some inspiration. Because a lot of old radios have like wood, you know? So it might make sense to do that also. Yeah, maybe we should do that then. I'll have to figure out what we're gonna do with these knobs, because these have to be like rendered out in a different way. If we keep those at 0. Then just match it at the height of whatever. gonna have to figure out the best way I'm gonna render those. Can I have multiple cameras in a scene? I guess I can. And then can I just switch like that? Oh, yeah. It makes it so much easier. So we can just have an orthographic camera centered here on 0, 0. And then our little knob we can move over. Like this. And now we can just move that guy back. Not that far back. Can't see anything though. What is that thing above? Oh. Let's change the size. There we go. The only thing that sucks is I'll have to keep constantly redoing the resolution in here, but it's fine. I'll probably make a whole new scene collection for this and just call it button. Put the button camera and that in there. And do completely different lighting, you know? We'll go ahead and add a sun. Let's do wider angles so it's more evenly lit like that. All right, this will work. And I might do like this. But then go into each individual vertice. And, oops. So you shrink them on everything but Z. There we go. All right. Retro brushed aluminum plus black knobs, classic electronics feel. Yeah, or the matte black modern minimal. Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably do like... I'm thinking of like, yeah, probably like a wood vibe. We could do some brushed aluminum. Yeah, we'll figure it all out. It's impossible to see the knob I just put on there. It's probably because of the angle of the sun here. Oh God, what? Why is it so hard to see the shadow? I guess it's probably because I increased that angle insane. It's really odd. It should be casting a shadow. Am I stupid? It's like this. Then I go into the view and it's gone. Maybe it's just because it's not in perspective mode? I guess so. Kind of odd. That's how it needs to be, but whatever. So there's some wackiness with this. I think I'm going to have to do a mesh. What is it? Cleanup. Split non-planar faces. Yeah, there we go. I see why it's funny. I might redo this knob a little bit. It's kind of not what I want. Let's delete all those. I want to do more of a... Let's experiment with this. Probably a wider knob. I want to do a lot of little metal accents. Doesn't matter how insane the geometry is, because it's not actually going to be in-game. Which is always very nice. Do like a little metal thing here. Then over here on the base of it. We can do a bit of a metal flange. And I feel like this would be inset. Alright, now let's texture it. So this one will be... I'll probably do like a plastic material. Okay. So, and then for metal, yeah, I imagine we'll do like, this will be shiny metal specifically. Where can I share an image? You're welcome to send a link, like an Imgur link or whatever in here, or just whatever, image link. Or you could send it on the Discord server too, that also works. Let's do a, so I want to do like a brushed metal texture, right? I think I'll just do a noise texture. Plug that in there with the color ramp. Assign the shiny metal. Greedy. Try to select too many faces. No. Let's turn off that mode. Come on. There we go. Let's take a look. Ah, yeah. Yeah, something like that could work too. I mean, I imagine this is probably going to be like pretty old school, more vintage looking than something like this. Because I want the little meter and stuff to be like probably not a digital display, but like an actual physical thing. You know, like the really old radios that are like this, that have like the stuff, the numbers will hear, and then it's got the little bar. Yeah. It's probably what I'm going to go with. Because I'm thinking in this universe or whatever, you're like, this is probably Cold War era, you know? There's a lot of spying going on, and so you're being contracted by the government to listen in. So I might have to make the music also match that theme, or that time period. That's okay. So now what I'm going to do is for scale on this. But I do appreciate the suggestions and stuff, you know. Keep them coming. So this gives us like a brushed aluminum vibe. Now the only issue is it's not showing it on the back here. Is that just because we're in shader mode? Oh, it's just because I didn't apply the material. Then we can make this metallic and not very rough. Alright. So that looks more like how I want it. It's also like enable ray tracing and stuff in here. I mean, why not? Well, honestly, if we're rendering in a single image, we'll just use cycles. Something like this. I think this plastic actually needs some subsurface scattering. Because it's like, never remember how to do it properly, though. But it's like a semi-translucent plastic, you know? So it just makes sense. I don't know why it's red, though. Ah, forget it. Is this how this scene is looking now with our brushed aluminum? We'll use the brushed aluminum as an accent, but yeah. Let's change this up now. But some things like this will be like that shiny metal. Oh, that's our mesh. Wrong one. Like that little guy there. And I'll probably map this into object. Yeah. And that's probably fine. All right, so just thinking in terms of the vibe here. Yeah, we'll probably swap this out with a new wood material. Call it wood. Now, for this material, I'll probably use like that one that I kept using the last time, the Gabor texture. It just kind of works really well for wood, I feel like. Keep the scale at 1 and stuff. Won't be metallic anymore. It'll definitely have some shine. Then for the color on this, I'm thinking like a just kind of wood color. You know, crazy guys. Probably a darker wood. Something like this. That goes down to a darker color. Oops. So that's the first step here. Make it 3D. Like that. Yeah, keep the anisotropy. The frequency. Keep it like right around there. So that's the first step. Now what we're going to do is probably add in like a wave texture. Just to kind of modulate it. And we'll do a mixed color. And this is going to have to be rotated the other way, I imagine. Okay. So I might want to rotate this stuff then. Ooh. Put that in there, map it in there. Yeah, this is kind of what I want. So now I can lower the anisotropy. And then this one can up the distortion. Just a little bit. What are some other modes in here? That's diagonal. I do like how it looks on the front. Saw. Oh, that's cool, actually. That kind of looks a lot like wood. Triangle. The saw kind of looks a lot like wood. It's interesting. So these are all the different axes it's running on. Okay. Instead of doing object, I might just do UV on this. Yeah, that'll probably make the most sense. Now I can just go UV cube projection. There we go. Definitely gives me a wood vibe, I would say. We could distort it more so it's like end grain, but let's do that and increase the scale a bit more probably. And we need to adjust more stuff. I mean, the wood would be kind of random. I'm just looking at like the texture of like this wood here. It's got a lot of these like little pits, and I think that's something that we need to do. But this is a good step. Probably up the scale a little bit. And we can tweak these values in here and stuff too, right? Like we could like do that or whatever so it's not as intense. And then let's go ahead and mix another color on here. So let's grab all of this. Make sure that this is visible enough. What does it look like without it? Like that, and then with it. Yeah, it just gives it a nice little bit of like randomness. I think it's good. Then let's add a, I don't know, what do we want to do here? It's got to be like another Gabor texture, I guess. Then add another mix. Like this. And this one's going to be going to a color ramp. Make sure I got the mapping node and all that business over here. And this one's just going to be very, like the little, only the little strips. Definitely lower the anisotropy. Rotation doesn't really matter. Just want it to be the divots like that. And we can also use that as like a normal map too. So what was the way that we did that last time? It was a... God dang, I can't remember. I was doing this in the Blender scene, making a normal map. It wasn't displace. Let me look again. What is it again? You don't want to just do normal map because... Yeah, you want to do procedural normal map stuff, right? Probably looked at this same one before. Bump node. Okay, so we can go ahead and plop that into strength and put that into the normal. And it should just give this a little bit of surface imperfection. Might have to go into render view. Let me do EV. It's not really doing a whole lot. I want to put that in the height. Oh. Might be more what I want, but it looks odd. I thought I wanted to put it into strength. Maybe distance. Whatever. It's fine. I really only want this to be the very... up the scale a lot. But I want it to be all these little pits. Like that. Yeah, that's better. The scale a lot more. Change the orientation like that. That's getting pretty close to what I want. That's probably good enough, honestly. All right, so anyways, now we can start shaping this. I'm thinking of doing... kind of making this whole thing a little more rounded, right? So probably grab the corners here. Bevel it. Boom. And then, let's look at our images again. A lot of these radios typically have like an inset thing in the center, where it's like a white plastic. So we'll probably do that. So we're just going to select all this stuff. Raise it up. And then we'll have to move all this stuff around again, but it's not a big deal. Also, I want to raise this up and give it some feet as well. Let's go ahead and parent that object. Same with that one. Just some little cylinders. Like that. Let's make sure it's somewhat centered. Good enough. Then for material on these, probably not our white plastic. Could just do metal. And then let's get it from the front. Duplicate. Push them over to right there. Then our table will be made out of wood. Although we're going to have to redo the wood for the table. Because it's just a different type of wood. So I wish I could make these pits black instead of white. I've been trying to do that, but it doesn't seem to work. When I do this, then it just like blocks out all the other stuff. Not sure how I'll do that. I guess I could just do that and then map the alpha into the factor. Then that'll probably work. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, I think that'll do what I want. Just so it's got all those little pits in it. Okay. Next thing, let's create wood 2, the sequel. And this wood's going to be a lot darker. Like almost black. And we're going to have to completely change all the stuff with this. So all this stuff needs to just be higher frequency. Like the wave texture over here. And these do need to change rotation as well. Give it a 90. Yeah, dude. That'll work a little better. Okay, so now in our render view, this is what we're working with. It's definitely way too dark in here. I mean, I want it to be dark, but not like I can't see anything dark, you know? And then I'm thinking for the wall, we're probably in some kind of government agency room, so it's just going to be like concrete or something. Plaster. Just give it a noise texture. Color ramp. Plug it in. Give it a mixed color. Get a Voronoi that goes into a color ramp that mixes in there. The most depressing room in history, basically. And then this will let us do like a cracks in the concrete, kind of. So scale will be pretty high. Just thinking something like that. And we'll get this texture mapped into another color ramp with the final color. So it's not going to go to black. It'll just go to gray. I don't think the player will really see like a whole lot of the room, so it doesn't have to be super fancy. I'm gonna go ahead and extend out the walls. Extend it like 20. Because I imagine we're gonna have other like angles of this room. Because we're gonna have like the main computer or radio, not computer, that we're messing with here. But then we're gonna like change the angle over to the left to like write down the stuff that it's saying or whatever. So all this is also gonna have to move down now. Something like that. And we gotta tweak this heavily. Let's see here. Might be easier to just redo all this geometry, honestly. I hate to do it, but... yeah, it's gonna be more straightforward. We choose Godot over other game engines. Yeah. I've messed with a couple other ones in the past. I've dabbled with Unity. I did experiment with Unreal for like a little bit. I didn't really vibe with Unreal. I mean, it's cool, but I think it's only good if you're doing like really high fidelity 3D stuff, in my opinion. There are some really amazing games that are, and good looking games that are made with Unreal for sure. But I probably wouldn't say don't go for Unreal unless you have a reason to. But yeah, the reason I went with Godot is because it's just a really nice lightweight engine, you know? It's been very easy to use. It's very performant. Yeah, I did also use GameMaker for a long time. I would not recommend GameMaker. It was just more trouble than it's worth. But But yeah, Godot is great because it runs super fast. There's a good community behind it with lots of, you know, documentation and everything like that, the usual. And it's just a powerful engine too. I always see people asking, what can I make with Godot? But there's no limit. You can make whatever you want with Godot. So I highly recommend at least just checking it out at some point, you know? But it's a very nice engine. What's happening? I wish I could make these, like, not break. Oh well. It's not a big deal. I think I can just merge these at center. Oops, not smooth vertices. Yeah, I just started using Godot. I was just like, all right, I'm gonna sit down and experiment with Godot. I'm just gonna try it out, see what I think. And I really enjoyed it. I was like, man, this is pretty nice actually. So I just kept using it ever since. I'm confused by the jam categories. What is ODA? One dev army. So basically it's just you're the only person on the team. That's about it. Yeah, sometimes the naming is a little like, oh, but no, it's fine. Yeah, so you would be ODA if you're the only person on your team. I am also in the ODA category. There's some nasty geometry in this corner that I do not like. Oh well. Now we can go ahead and do a new cube projection and it should fix most of it, yeah. Still a little bit of funkiness right here though. I don't know what's up with that. Oh. Okay. For some reason there was one face. Ah. Really getting down to brass tacks in here. Oh. Okay. Now cube project again. There we go. Why are the faces all messed up? Like this one's screwed. Here, can I just do mesh, cleanup, make planar? Or not make planar, separate. Split non-planar faces? There we go, that fixes it. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and select these inner vertices around here. I guess I got to do it manually. Pretty good to divide super teams from solo devs. I know, I am glad that that is a thing, because there's a lot of jams I've done where there's no limit on team size, and everybody's just in the same competition. So it's like, you end up with these teams with like 20 people completely obliterating everybody. But it's like, well, yeah, of course, you know? But it's really cool to be able to see, like, okay, these are people that are, you know, individual people, distinct entities. For Starground game, did you do the art? Yes, I did. I did all of the art for Starground. Alright, this radio is looking more like how I wanted it to. Just has a more retro vibe. And then I'm thinking of maybe doing... I want to split this up, so... We'll probably have the bar at the top. Just go ahead and select that face, like that. The bottom can probably be white, but then up here will be the black color. So we'll lift this up, set it to center of mass, set the Y to 0. And I think we might actually do the speaker in the center. Oh, orthographic. Just like that. Then this is the switch knob. Might have this be a horizontal switch. So FM and AM. Then we have the two knobs over there. Definitely are in the category one dev army. Like a Swiss knife game dev. Thank you, thank you. Oh, where did the feet go? I guess they got pushed under. Yeah. I need to parent them. There we go. And these are a little quirky. Let's just set it to generated. Why are they so weird? Huh. I guess it just needs a new UV. No. Is it the normals? No. I don't know. I don't know why they're so weird. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Those are pretty minute details that nobody's going to notice. I also want to give this thing up here, this bar, a little bit of a border. So we're going to do this. Like that. And then this stuff around the edges will be something else. See, as a programmer, was it difficult to learn how to do good art? I've been doing art my entire life, so it kind of came natural to me. Actually, I started doing pixel art commissions right before I started working on Starground, so I kind of had the upper hand when it comes to the art stuff. But yeah, I mean, you know, kind of fundamentally, art and programming can be very different ways of thinking, you know? With programming, it's very strict and defined, and art, obviously, is very open. But honestly, though, there are a lot of ways that they kind of share qualities, I would say. One of the big things is that there are rules in art. You know, it's not just completely do whatever you feel like, free flow. I mean, there are ways to make your art look better and worse, you know what I mean? So I would just recommend watching tutorials and stuff. Basically just learn the same way that you learn programming. So, but it's really not too bad. I wouldn't worry about you know, the time it takes. I mean, obviously it will take time. It's not like one day you'll just wake up and, oh, you're good at art now. It's time consuming for sure, but it's definitely worth it. Being able to create your own art, like being the artist and the programmer is this special combo that like just really accelerates everything, because it's like, instead of throwing in like placeholder assets and stuff, it's just, you just go straight for the final stuff, which actually really does end up speeding everything up. Because like when I'm working on Starground, I feel like I'm just like, there's nothing stopping me. I'm not waiting for something else to be completed and stuff, you know? Can I lock this node? There we go. But yeah, definitely, you know, give it a look. I highly recommend it. And don't go into it expecting it to be easy, because it, you know, it's not going to be. It never is. But it's definitely doable. Like, if you put in the time to actually do it, then I feel like it's for sure possible. I think also the like kind of art you're planning on aiming for matters a lot too. I think 3D art is definitely more time consuming and hard to learn than 2D. I mean, of course they both, you know, have challenges and stuff, but 3D requires a lot of knowledge.
Hello there. This is on loop. This is on loop.
Alright, this'll work. I think I like the style of this radio. It'll work. Just going with this kind of like retro-y vibe. Not necessarily like super heavy like 60s and 50s, but more of like the transition period between that time and like the 70s probably. But yeah, I've not put your audio in. I can go ahead and grab that and put it in. The truth exposed. Here, I won't listen to it and I'll just tune into it, okay? For the full experience. Yeah, the next thing we're gonna have to do here is start like actually gamifying everything. I'd love to get the gameplay loop like established really early so I can just start adding more content. I'll probably I mean, it shouldn't be too bad. Basically what I'm gonna do is just have a couple of different things that spawn in and if you guess that sound correctly or whatever, then it stops playing that audio and does a different one. Technically that could mean that things eventually end, but we could have like some kind of like a list that goes through, so if we do get to the end where there's no more audio signals in queue for the player to listen in on, then it just goes ahead and you know, whatever, starts a new thing. Yeah, I think that'll work. All right, so let's add this sound in. What frequency do I want to give it? I'll just give it like a 0.5. So this is The Truth Exposed .ogg. Let's give it a listen. How's that one? We're tuning in on something here. Oh.
But they never hear. And we, the faith, the ones who have faith, hear what they say.
Dude, this is awesome.
Ask questions. That is our dogma. We just hear and see. We never ask the questions. We never speak of what's unholy. We just feel what they mean. That's why you are here. To save yourself from public speech. From free speech, you are here to see and hear, not to speak.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Questions needed.
This is how it is. Like when you're on WebSDR, you're just browsing through and then all of a sudden it's something like this.
Life,
It's really funny.
life is having fun and having faith in our Lord. Our
Yeah.
Lord.
Just saying stuff. Yeah, no, that's how this is 100% accurate to the real world.
One is made of glass, and the other is made
I think I've heard this exact argument before on WebSDR from some random station.
and hearing each other. They just know how to talk, and they talk.
But yeah, that's awesome. This would be fun though. I do love this whole concept of tuning into radio stations. So just let me make sure I didn't miss anything in here. That's supposed to be the Jam2Jam this season. Yeah, I think a lot of people are doing it. A lot of streamers and stuff that I know. Train games feature on the featured section of the homepage. Oh yeah. I didn't know there's a featured section. Oh yeah, featured games. Let's go. Nice. Yeah, this is a fun game to make. I enjoyed doing this one. But yeah. It's always good to do game jams. I always do enjoy it. I mean, sometimes it's a lot of work and it's tiring and I never get any sleep, but you know. Sure looks like a rotates. I was getting 3 out of 5 loads. Yeah. That's epic. Yeah, I did manage to squeak out the win somehow. Who was I up against? I forget. Can I look back at like games and then sort by... Okay, it does have a tag for... I wish I could sort by the ones that were only for that or whatever, but it's fine. But yeah. Yeah, she should Liz's religious podcast. That'd be awesome. Where'd my phone go? I'm silly. Okay. Well, we probably are going to end stream off here in a minute. I do have to go eat dinner, but I'll keep working on this. Yeah, if anyone wants to sprinkle in some, you know, some sounds, feel free to. I'm going to have to figure out, like, how are people going to distinguish just normal, random background noise from, like, a signal they need to listen for? I might just go ahead and include a mix of just things in plain English and then things that are like encrypted or in Morse code. I think we'll just keep those two things as like the things that you actually need to be listening for, you know? I think that's going to be the play. So you're just like tuning through, then all of a sudden you hear some beep, 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 you know, then you're like, okay, well that's obviously like completely distinct from the other sounds. But I think a big important part is to have a bunch of like static stations that kind of, you can use as like landmarks, you know? So yeah, feel free if anybody would like to send me in some little goofy stations. You're totally welcome to. I imagine it's probably okay for me to do that. I will double check with Adagon and just to make sure. But if it's not okay, then I'll remove them and just recreate them myself if that's what needs to be done. So I'll let everybody know. But yeah, hopefully it's fine. I mean, it doesn't really impact gameplay. It's more of an Easter egg than anything. So I can't imagine it would be a major issue. But, you know, don't want to break any rules, so I'll double check on that. Yeah, this will be fun. I think we're getting there. Just got to keep working on screens and stuff. I might push this scene up a little or down a little bit. I feel like it's a little high in the frame. But I guess I don't want it too low because there's probably going to be like a sheet down here that's propped up that has a little like conversion chart for Morse code. We'll figure it all out. I mean, there's still a bunch of things we need to do here, but yeah. Alrighty. Yeah, if anyone wants to send in radio stations, feel free to just DM those to me on Discord. That's going to be it for today. Thank you, gamers, for coming to the stream. We will be live again tomorrow. Working more on the jam. Max did send me DM about doing Peak, perhaps. We may do a little bit of the jam and swap to Peak. We'll see. Or the other way around. Maybe we play Peak and then swap back to the jam. So, you know, we'll see what's going on with that. But yeah. Anyways, let's go pick somebody to raid. Probably somebody also doing Down2Jam. Yeah, what is this? Adagon is stealing everybody's voice. I have no idea what that's all about. But is Kolslowski working on stuff? Yeah, the 10 random words. No idea what that's for. I kind of don't want to spoil what it is, so maybe we go raid Kolslowski he is also working on his Down2Jam game. So let's do that. I do have a lot of work ahead of myself. I did lose like quite a bit of time because I got up late. Because it started at 11 for me. 12, 1, 2, 3. So I lost like 4 hours of time. But you know what? I don't really care. I'm not aiming for like to burn myself out. Like I just want to take it easy. Let's go raid Kolslowski. All right, well, thank you everybody for coming. I'll see you all tomorrow for probably some Peak and then also more Game Jam. And also more Game Jam on Sunday. It ends on Monday, so we got 3 days of streaming time to work on it. All right, we're going to go start this raid. Feel free to join the Discord. Feel free to buy Starground on Steam. And yeah, I'll see you gamers tomorrow. Thanks for coming in. And for anybody working on the jam, good luck. I hope it goes well for you all. But yeah, we're going to go raid Kolslowski. All right, goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye.